questions so far? So while we're working, almost all the colors will be distorted by the heat. That bubble that Sarah's making is the same blue that you see on that piece on the pedestal. So what you're seeing, the orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears, and you see their true color again. That's the same thing you're seeing here. Sarah's making a little notch. That notch is the place where we're going to be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. We'll just drip a little water into that notch. The water will crack the glass, and there's just a light tap on the pipe, and off it'll come. If you look up on the big screen, you can see some artwork by our guest artist, Peter Hermansson. So this gives you an idea of the type of artwork that he makes. And that is our guest artist right here. So the next thing we're going to do with this bubble is going to transfer it from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Ben, tall guy in the black shirt, he's preparing the punty. He'll bring it to Sarah. She'll attach it. When she feels that attachment is firm and centered, she'll take her tweezers, dip them in water, and we'll break that off the original pipe. So now it's held from with what's going to be the top of the base, and we can work on the bottom. seen it. Oh. No. What? I hope not. Is this it?
No, I had, the big white one. It was another. It was another. Let's see if it's on.
Now Sarah's opening the top of that bubble. The tool in her hand is called the jacks. She presses against the inside of the opening and it makes it wider. As Sarah shapes the glass, Nick is holding a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. Do you guys have any questions so far? Ben is dipping his bubble into the big tank of molten glass. And he's get a fresh layer. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So when we want to put a layer of colored glass on the outside of a bubble, we do what's called stuffing a color cup. Sarah has the color cup. Ben is getting a bunch of clear glass, and we're going to stuff it inside there so we have a lot of material with a layer of the color on the outside. We're going to put Ben's bubble inside Sarah's bubble. So Ben is going to get one more layer of hot molten glass, and now we're going to stuff the color cup. We're going to break Sarah's bubble off the metal pipe. We'll place it in a little stand, and then Ben will come over with his bubble and stuff it inside. He's taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler. When these steel pipes get hot, we take them over to that trough. We just spray water on them. That cools them down and makes them easier to hold. Here we go. We're taking Sarah's the color cup off, place it in that little stand. And then Ben comes over and stuffs it inside. So now the two bubbles are joined. It's quite thick, and there's a layer of colored glass on the outside. So we'll shape that on the steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. I think there's a power switch for that amp, but I can't find it. There we go. Perfect. You can pick anything you want. Yeah. In the center, Ben is shaping the glass using a tool called the block, B-L-O-C-K. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely work alone. So these guys you see here are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben has 30 plus years of glass blowing, the man sitting at the center. Sarah, 26, the woman sitting to the left. And Nick, probably also about 26 years. So Sarah, seated to the left, is blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. Say that again? Yes. Oh, okay. The when we put it in the glory hole, the round furnace with the door open, it heats it up more generally. When we want to have the heat in a specific place, we use the torches. So glass is a very poor conductor of heat, so we can get one part of the glass extra hot and extra soft with the torch, and we can shape just that part without disturbing the rest of the whole object. So Ben is squeezing that glass down with the tool called the jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. What we're making right now is a base for this piece here. And all the colors you see while we're working are distorted by the heat. That bubble is this same blue that you see here. What you're seeing is the glow from the heat at this moment, not the color of the glass. No, yes, we colored it in the beginning, and then we added a layer of white and then a layer of transparent blue over that. If you guys think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange disappears, and they look gray again. That's what you're seeing here with the glass. The longer we keep it in the round oven, the glory hole, the hotter and softer the glass gets. pad in Ben's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up, ordinary, everyday newspaper. It's folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as it's wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? If you look, so there, the one on the bottom is a brand new one. The one on top is one that's been used for a little while.
And just keep it wet.
Yep. One of our most important.
Yeah.
If you look at the metal shield, just to the left of the center glory hole, you'll see a drawing. That drawing's the drawing of the base, so that's the shape we're going for. You can see Nick's checking that diameter with the calipers. Now we're making a little flat spot on top, so it's the same shape and dimensions as the bottom of this. Do you guys have any questions? Yep, no, we're good. So we've taken some measurements off of that piece over there, and we're checking the dimensions of that with the calipers. The torch in Ben's hand. Ben is the man sitting at the workbench. Is a propane and oxygen torch. It has a 5,000 degree flame. And he's just heating up the top of that base. He's going to shape that a little. just let everybody know we're closing at 3 today for the holiday, so just keep that in mind. Usually we're open till 5. To the left, Sarah Gilbert in the black shirt is getting some glass out of the furnace, and she's going to make us what's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. So we're going to transfer this bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, which Sarah is preparing over on the left. The drawing is on the heat shield. Now we're going to widen that opening at the bottom. The tool in Ben's hand is called the jacks, those big metal tongs. And his assistant is holding two wooden paddles, one to keep the bottom straight, the other to shield the arm of the glass blower.
I'd like to just continue to be able to express myself as best as I can in the instrument. And I feel like I have a lot of work in me still. I'm a student of the drum. And I'm also a teacher of drums too.
Mike is picking up the lyrics from the song.
So, Kristen, our cold worker, she's the person that takes care of all the cutting, polishing, engraving that we do here at the shop. And we just brought another one of Mr. Hermansson's pieces out. So they start out like this. We blow a bubble that has several different layers of colored glass on it. And then Mr. Hermansson covers the bubble in a adhesive rubber stencil. And then we sandblast it. And wherever it's protected by the stencil, we have the outer layer. Wherever it's unprotected, the sandblaster carves through the outer layer of color to the layers of color underneath. Can we put up a sandblasting drawing? Can we put up the sandblasting drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little illustration. So wherever that kind of light green rubber mask is that protects the glass, it's just an ordinary sandblaster, just like you'd use to clean metal parts. And so wherever it's exposed, the sand wears away the outer layer of color and exposes the color underneath. We're making this quite thick because we need the weight to keep that from tipping over. This base will get glued to this piece over here. I'll get Kristen over here. She's our repair guru. Somebody in the audience wants to ask you about a repair. Okay. The guy with the beard.
Hi there. Greg. Good to meet you.
What you got?
My roommate had an ashtray from their grandfather.
Okay.
And it broke into three big
really good. I don't know how much you want to spend. She'll do top notch job. It's a little bit, like I'm telling you, it's a little bit tricky to do yourself. You haven't done it. Yeah. Yeah.
And is that like what's the general like range of?
So this is pretty much done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. The annealers are electric ovens. We keep them at a constant temperature all day long. We place everything we make during the day in there, and then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just made this right now and put it on the table, walked away, let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Over to the right, Nick is putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven.
Okay, you got my card. Yep, your info.
So we're getting ready to take the piece off the metal rod. We'll dip our tweezers in water, drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the piece itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap, and off it comes. And into our annealing oven to be cooled slowly overnight.
What temperature is the oven kept at right now? Is this one?
The annealing oven?
Yeah,
890 degrees.
890. So a little bit too much for pizza.
A bit too much. Actually, we make a lot of steaks. Glory hole, the round ones. It makes really good steaks because it sears them. Sure. Keeps the juices in. So we do cook with this stuff.
That's great. I mean, you got multi-purpose.
So these guys are discussing what we're going to do next. I think we have one of these Graal blanks, Graal, that's the name of this technique. It's invented in Sweden, 1916, 1917, at the Orrefors factory by a Swedish master glassblower, Knut Bergqvist. So we have another one of these in this oven over here. We're going to pick it up on a pipe and blow it up to its full size and shape. So the drawing is already carved into the blank. And it's warming up in this oven over here. Over on the left, Ben is starting what we call the collar, like a collar on your shirt. So we're going to put a ring of glass around the end of that steel pipe, leave the opening at the open end of the pipe open, and we're going to use it to pick up one of these blanks. The blank is in this oven over here. It's got the drawing and everything all carved into it. Ben's blowing a little bubble till it pops, and that'll keep the end of the pipe open. So if you look to the right of center, you'll see Mr. Hermansson has made a drawing on the floor of the hot shop. That's the shape that we're going to make this into. We're just letting that disc cool and stiffen a bit. We're going to use that to pick up our blank, or one of these with the drawing carved into the side. It's sitting in that oven over there, staying warm. And we're going to use that to grab it. So we're getting ready to pick up the blank. We get the camera on the kiln now. So So that the bubble for that blank has several different colors layered one over the other. And Mr. Hermansson has carved the drawing through the multiple layers. Does anybody have any questions? So we're going to add some details. We're going to do what's called cane drawing. Mr. Hermansson has a torch in one hand and a stick of colored glass in the other. And we're going to melt on some details. You want this? Sometimes people sit on that little stool when they're doing the cane drawing.
What?
Sometimes people sit on that little
Okay.
stool when
Good.
it puts you in a good position to do the cane drawing. So we have the propane and oxygen torch in one hand, a stick of colored glass on the other, and we're going to melt on some little details in addition to the drawing. don't know. I have to ask him.
Should I? Thank you.
Someone was asking if they could have one of those catalogs.
Come again?
Someone wants to know if they could have.
Yeah, the one of the U catalog. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Darf ich eine Broschüre haben?
Ja.
Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
Ja, ja, danke.
Danke.
Over on the pedestal, you can see some of the things that we made earlier in the week. Our guest artists are here from Wednesday through Sunday. They'll leave one piece for the museum collection. Well, it'll go into our permanent collection. And, you know, we have, I think, like 2,100 pieces in our collection. So one won't be out at one time.
When are they going to reopen?
Supposed to happen in the fall. They give you the extra ticket. Oh, but you're not really local, right?
Yeah, I'm not local. I don't know if Marcia got the extra ticket or not.
Well, now when the gallery's closed, we're giving out an extra free pass so people can come back when the galleries are open.
So last time I was here, I think it was for Gas Conference.
Uh-huh.
And I was surprised to find out you only had one William Morris piece. Do you have more than that's the only one you have?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, we get it, you know, from donations and from guest artists. We don't have any real acquisition list to buy.
Right, well, especially pieces.
Yeah. Way more very expensive.
Have you ever been to the studio up at
Yes.
Actor's House?
I was teaching at Bill Judge, he invited like last to check out. Yeah, I think it was very nice.
So years ago, Chico State for a while, he gave me the demo, and I missed the demo. I got to like answer the piece on it, so I didn't see it. But if you still more about it, I would be happy to see that. And then yeah, I got to see the studio, and they actually sit down on the bench, good tools.
Very nice.
What did you teach in Pilchuck?
I was teaching a class. I've taught various things at Pilchuck. Most of the time when I'm teaching at Pilchuck, I teach glass painting, dabbling on glass.
Okay.
But this last time, I taught a course called Mining History for Inspiration. So looking at glass history and looking for inspiration for contemporary art.
Oh, that's really cool. That's very interesting.
Do you know the glassblower Jason Christian?
I don't know that I do.
He's a super good glassblower around here. He makes, he's really a king of Reticello, and so we taught together.
Okay.
So I was sort of the history guy. He was the glassblower.
So may I ask you a question about enameling on glass? Can you reheat glass?
Yep.
Once you enamel it, you can actually maybe how does that work? Is it you have to glass bead the surface of your glass so you have a rough surface to adhere to? Or you just enamel it on and bead it on?
The traditional glass enamel kind of uses stained glass. You know, make your shape, put it in the kiln, anneal it, you been bought out, and now they're called Chilling Ink. SCHILLING. They bought up the Rouché line. And, they have low fire ones and high fire ones.
But you can like reheat a piece just like this and work it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, it depends on which, whether you're using a low fire now or the high fire. The low fire ones, you can heat them up in the glory hole, but you can't do too much or you start to burn the burn out. The high fire ones.
But they can be cased.
What?
You can case them.
The high fire ones.
The high
Yeah.
fire.
Low fire ones. Any overglazed ceramic work. For a while there was this company called Paradise Paint. They were in California. Paradise,
Out of
California.
paradise.
Yeah, exactly. They sold what was an enamel paint for enamel on steel, making signs and stuff. Industrial paint. That's what most people use. Casing, high fire. They went out of business. Right now, it's stuff that I use for high fire stuff. Sunshine color. SRRO. Well, now they're a big chemical conglomerate. They used to make lots of glaze. They still make glazes. They make all sorts of other things now as well. And they have an overglaze series. That's what we're
I just added a third film to my studio.
glass world is small. I might run into you somewhere.
Would be very likely. So, yeah, I appreciate it.
Take care.
So I kept working on it.
So we're getting ready to coat this with another layer of clear molten glass. We're going to make this quite large. It's going to be on the scale of these things over here.
Yeah, I know. I want to use that tool as well.
So we're letting that bubble cool and stiffen before we dip it back into our big tank of molten glass and coat it. So that started out as one of these. We picked it. And now we're going to get another. Each time we dip it in the furnace, it's called taking a gather. We've got to let that bubble stiffen up a bit before we immerse it in the tank of molten glass. Hi, how are you guys? guys have any questions?
We're just having a good time just watching.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, our furnace, most furnaces are natural gas. There are electric furnaces. They're getting more popular. There's a lot of electric furnaces in industry. And people who, if you're not in an area where they have natural gas, people run them on propane.
How hot is it?
The round oven with the door open is 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. So pretty hot. So we're getting ready to take this gather. We have what we call our farm equipment. We've got this gadget to help us deal with the big heavy weights.
Pretty crazy because when it comes out, it's like bright orange. So you'll see like whole details that are in it. Yeah.
We reach into the furnace to get the glass out. It gets the steel pipe hot. We take it over to that trough called the pipe cooler. And we just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Especially when we're doing big, heavy things, we want to grab it as high up as possible to get better leverage. We're going to shape the bubble in a tool called the block. It's a scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. We store it in a bucket of water as long as the wood is wet. The tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Do you guys have any questions? So right now that bubble is very thick. It's hollow in the middle. We're going to blow it up to its full size and shape. So Sarah, seated to the left, is blowing, and Ben, sitting at the workbench, is shaping the glass with a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday, ordinary newspaper soaked in water. We're going to shape the glass against that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. It does two things for the glass. It shapes it, but it also cools it down so that the sections of the glass that we roll against the table are going to be cooler than the sections that don't touch the table. And when we blow, the untouched sections will be hotter and they'll expand more. See you guys. Take care. You're welcome. I'd say we're 40 pounds maybe, plus another 10 for the pipe. It's heavy. It feels, well, you know, it's because the weight is so far out on the end. My usual thing is, analogy is, it's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. So it feels a lot heavier than just, you know, 40 pounds of, I don't know, fertilizer for your garden. And you hold it like this, that's one thing. Hold it on the end of a pole, that's an entirely different thing. When we point it down at an angle, the glass is soft and the bubble will stretch under its own weight and makes the bubble longer. So now we're going to squeeze the glass with a tool called the jacks and make a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. So Nick, sitting at the bench, is jacking it down. And Kristen is holding a wooden paddle in front of Nick's arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if we put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. If you've ever been on a construction site or an outdoor restaurant where they have the heaters, they don't heat up the air, they heat up the first thing is that the heat interacts with. So in the center, Ben, sitting at the bench, is shaping the glass. And Sarah, seated to the left of the workbench, is blowing. She's blowing into that steel pipe, and we're expanding the glass. several different layers of color. And then you carve through the color to make the drawing.
How did you do the drawing?
Okay, so can we put up the sandblasting drawing? We have a little diagram. So if you look up on the big screen, there's a adhesive-backed rubber mask. We cover the glass with the adhesive-backed rubber mask, and then we cut out the design we want, and we spray it with the sandblaster, and wherever it's uncovered, it carves through that layer of color. Wherever it's protected by the rubber, you get the outer layer of color. Thank you. Thank you, Cole. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, the pad that they use to shape the glass is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. The liquid is water and the pad is newspaper. Can we put up the newspaper photo, Cole? So the one on the bottom is a brand new one, all folded up, and the one on top is one that's been used for a little while. Yeah.
How long will this piece have taken from start to finish?
Well, we don't do them start to finish. We do it in several steps and over time, so I can't really give you that number. But I would say probably a week or so to carve the probably, I don't know, an hour or two to make the blank, a week or so to carve the drawing. Then we bring it here, we heat it up overnight, and then probably another 2 or 3 hours of blowing. So, but it's we don't do it. We don't start it and then in a continuous way. The artist is Peter Hermansson, the man in jeans at the center of the workshop. He's a Swedish artist. And you can see some of the pieces that we made this week at his residency. So he made the blanks, did all the carving before he got here. And now we're blowing them up to their full size and shape because he's only here for a short period of time. Price of artwork usually is a function of the reputation of the artist. If I paint a sunflower, it's $50. Van Gogh paints it for $5. So, Mr. Hermansson, our guest artist, is working with our resident team of glassblowers here at the museum. Our team is super skilled. They can make just about anything. The man leading the team today is Ben Cobb. He's the head of our glass shop. He's been blowing glass for over 30 years. He's done glass demonstrations all over the world. He's taught at the world-famous Pilchuck Glass School. Over to the right of center is Kristen Elliott. Kristen is our cold worker. Cold working means anything that happens to the glass after it's cooled off. That's things like cutting, grinding, polishing, gluing. In the black shirt and shorts is Sarah Gilbert. She's a very talented glass blower and engraver. Nick, and the man with the shaved head is Nick Davis. He's an excellent glass blower, but also our technician. He deals with all the furnaces and all the mold making and all the technical stuff here at the museum. He's also a very talented tool maker. He makes glass tools as well. There's two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with torches. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the glory hole, it kind of heats it up all generally. With the torches, we can focus it just exactly where we want it. So we can make one part of the glass hotter and softer without disturbing the rest of the shape. When we hold it down at an angle like that, the glass is soft, and the glass will stretch under its own weight, making the bubble longer. Hi, do you guys have any questions? Okay, that's cool. Could we put up some of Mr. Hermansson's work up on the big screen? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some work by our guest artist, Peter Hermansson. He's a Swedish artist. He's here in the States to work with our glass blowers, and also he's going to be teaching at the world-famous Pilchuck Glass School. The Pilchuck Glass School was started in 1971 by the artist Dale Chihuly. It's over 50 years old now, and they have students come from all over the world to study with master glassmakers. We're working on the bottom. Kristen is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom, and Ben, standing up, is leaning on the sides with the jacks, those metal tongs. When we're working something that's this big and long, we have to be careful to keep the glass that's wrapped around the end of the metal pole hot, As long as it's warm, everything's cool. If we allow it to get too cold, it'll crack. And when I say too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. So periodically you'll see him take the torch and just heat up that little ball of glass wrapped around the end of the steel pipe. That's called the moil, if anyone cares. M-O-I-L-E. Just letting everybody know, we're closing early today at 3 o'clock, just so you can make your plans because of the holiday. Do you guys have any questions? You good? Okay. So now we're going to roll the glass against what we call the newspaper marver. It's a sheet of plywood with several sheets of wet newspaper. And we'll use it to straighten the sides out a little bit. If we took the same bubble and rolled it against the steel table to make the sides straight, it would make the sides straight, but it would leave marks. They're called chill marks. If we roll it against the wet newspaper, it does the same kind of shaping, but it doesn't leave any marks. Yeah. Oh, a lot of them. It probably took them a week to carve the design into it. Then we had to warm it up overnight, and then we've been working on the blowing part since about 11 o'clock. So it will probably be 2.5, 3 hours of blowing. We cool it down, something like this, we'll probably cool it over a period of 24 hours. If we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would be cool in maybe half an hour, but it would break. So when we're done with this, we'll place it in an electric oven called the annealer. We keep the annealer at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. The glass furnaces and the glory holes, they run on natural gas and forced air, and the torches run on propane. Propane is hotter, burns at a hotter temperature than natural gas does. The next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Sarah, over on the left, is preparing the punty. We're going to use that second steel rod as a temporary handle to hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. So right now, the pipe is here. We're going to grab it from here. And this part will be exposed, and this part can then be heated and shaped. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, obviously none of you will be here, but our guest artist, Peter Hermansson, is going to give a talk, and we stream everything to the internet. So if you go to the museumofglass.org, our website, click on Hot Shop and scroll to the bottom of the page, you'll see our live stream, and you can watch the talk from home in your fuzzy slippers. So we're going to attach the punty. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We're going to make a little notch in the punty so that we have a place where we can break it off cleanly. When they feel that that connection has stiffened up enough to bear the weight, then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll use water to break the glass. So you can see Sarah every once in a while wiggling that pole a little bit. She's testing how stiff that connection is. Because once we break it off, if it's too soft, it's going to wobble around. Sarah's supporting that with a wooden stick. We're trying to make little adjustments so that the piece is centered on that steel pole. We're going to add a little decorative stripe to the rim of the vase. And Nick, over on the far left, is heating up the colored glass to get ready to apply that stripe. We call this a lip wrap. That's the LIPWRAP. It's a very typical Venetian style decoration. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. Since that time, we work pretty much the way they work in Venice because we learned from Venetian masters. If you see the chalk drawing on the floor to the right of center, that's the shape that we're going for. So we're going to stretch out the glass at the very top of the vase. That glass is always a little thick. We stretch it out like that, that'll thin it out a bit. And then we'll cut off that funky part. Fire in the hole. So we're going to take the shears and trim off the part that we stretched out, so we have a nice clean edge. When the glass is hot, you can cut it with a scissors. Say what? It does become, some of the older glass blowers end up having operations, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a lot of stress on your wrists and elbows, and because the weight is so far out on the end, and the constant turning of the pipe, it does plague glass blowers as they get older. So we're getting ready to apply the lip wrap, the decorative stripe on the edge of the vase. Nick, with the shaved head over on the far left, is preparing the glass for the lip wrap. He's going to bring it over, and we're going to wind on a little decorative stripe. As we work on the top of the vase, you can see that some of the glass blowers are taking torches and warming up the connection between the metal rod and the vase itself. That connection is fragile. As long as it's warm, everything's okay. If we allow it to get too cold, it can crack. And by too cold, I mean below 900 degrees. And we're pressing against the inside of that opening to widen it. So we want a kind of a big, wide, flared top. You can see the shape on the chalk drawing on the floor to the right of center. So now we're going to widen the opening. We're going to blow a little air into the front end. We use a tool called the soffietta. It's a metal tube with a cone attached. We put the cone in the opening and then we blow through the central tube, and we can blow into a piece even though it's removed from the original pipe. Our guest artist is Peter Hermansson. He's the man working the glass right now.
Good, how are you?
You guys have any questions?
No, we're just visiting from out of town, so we wanted to check it out.
Could have questions.
Thank you.
Now, Ben, tall guy in the center. He's in his hand, he's got a tool called the parchofi, which is similar to the jacks, except it has wooden blades instead of metal blades. It's pressing against the inside of that opening and making that opening wider. Then squeezing that shape a little bit with 2 pads of wet newspaper. Just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. Does anybody have any questions? So we're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. And the electric oven, which we do it in, is called the annealer, ER. We keep the annealer at a constant temperature all day long. For this glass, it's 890 degrees. We'll place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that'll slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just put this on the table and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break.
This is the color that it will be on the. Now it looks like gray or brown. It's
Right.
going to be like bright red. You see,
Okay.
in the inside.
All the colors that you see are distorted by the heat. This, when this cools off, it'll be bright red on the inside and a similar blue on the outside. I know it looks greenish now. That's a combination of the blue color and the glow from the heat. That's what you're seeing. All the heat distortions will disappear. If you think of your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange disappears, and you see the natural color again. That's the same thing that's happening here with the glass. One of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. The gloves that he's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that vase, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. It'll no longer change shape. It'll carry it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly over a day or so. Nick in the green jacket is coming over. He's going to carry the piece to our annealer. We're going to drip some water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint. We'll give the pipe a tap, and off it should come. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and our guest artist, Peter Hermansson. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take lunch, and we're back at an hour, I think. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them.
My wife's wondering how often those pouring in again. We're trying to get that often.
Every once in a great while.
Yeah. It's gotta be devastating.
No, I mean,
Oh my God.
if you
Yeah.
work in this medium, you've got to be able to roll with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Otherwise, you drive yourself crazy.
You guys made some beautiful stuff. Thanks.
I didn't make anything, but I'm there behalf.
We're a team. We're all a team.
So we have a short period of time here. Museum's closing at 3. So we're going to, these pieces that we make, they're called Graals, Graal. It's a Swedish technique, dates back to 1916, 1917. And so Mr. Hermansson does, our guest artist, is he blows some glass that has several different layers of color, one over the other. And then he carves back through those layers to make the design. So here, we have a red and a white and a black.
So this is like this is the first step. We make the blank, and then it's just a total yellow blank. Then you have thin layers of different colors that we do. That we do with the Swedish overlay, as you call it here.
You're gonna go home and start saying Swedish overlay.
So what we're going to do now, we're going to do the time is yours. We're going to do a small.
Can we put up the Swedish overlay drawing?
So we're now preparing a bubble over there. That's going to, I didn't see on the.
Can we put up the Swedish overlay drawing, Cole?
We're making a round bubble, and Ben is making a core. So we take the bubble and attach it to the core and knock it off. And then we use this to like turn the bubble inside out of the core. Like, you will see that soon.
Yeah. So we got the drawing up there.
Preparing the bubble there. It's done there. And then Ben is doing the core like number 1 there.
What? Yes. You're encouraged to take photos and put it on social media and make us famous. We're dying to be famous. It's okay. Show it to your kids. So over on the left, there's our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and they're each heating up these colored rods of glass. We call them color bar. This is how we get our colored glass. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with red or blue or green or whatever color we want it to be. So for these Graals, this is what they're called, Graal, it's a Swedish word. We want to put several different layers of color on the same bubble. So that's what these things are. So there's several layers of color underneath. We're only seeing the outer one now. And Mr. Hermansson, our guest artist, is going to carve through the multiple layers to make the design. Can we put up the sandblasting drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So the way that we carve these things, we do it with a sandblaster, and Mr. Hermansson makes a stencil out of an adhesive-backed rubber, and when you spray it, whatever area is covered by the rubber stencil stays untouched. Wherever it's exposed, the sandblasting carves through that outer layer and exposes the color underneath. So the first part of this process is to blow one of these blanks. Right now in the center, Mr. Hermansson is heating up some of the color. Ben, sitting at the bench, one of our resident team of glass blowers, has got a little bubble of clear glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. All the colors you see while we're working are going to be distorted by the heat. So it's not going to look like, you have to take my word for it when I tell you which color it is. And the only way I know is to ask them. So we're going to color this first bubble. We're going to drop on the colored glass. And that's the black. It obviously looks orange, but we'll have to take my word for it. It's black. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange. Turn them off, they cool down, and they're gray again. That's the same thing with the glass. So if we have green glass, we're going to heat it up. It's going to look orange for a while. When it cools off, it'll return to its green color. When we layer these colors, we have to layer them in reverse, because the bubble we make that we're eventually going to wrap around the core is going to be, we're going to turn that bubble inside out. Can we put up the color overlay drawing again? The color over, no, the color, I mean the Swedish overlay. My mistake. There. So we make a separate bubble with the colors. We jam it onto the core, and then we open it up and basically turn it inside out to cover that initial bubble. And when we think about the color that we want on the outside, we got to put that on first, and the color we want on the inside, we put it on later. And when you turn the bubble inside out, everything's in the right place. This is it's a technique called Graal, Graal. It was invented by a master glassblower, Knut Bergqvist, at the Orrefors company. Originally, the Orrefors company would make cameo glass with several layers of carved color, but they would leave they would leave it plain on the outside, and they wanted to make it look more glassy. I mean, you can see at these blanks, it doesn't look, the drawing doesn't look very glassy, it's very matte. So Mr. Bergqvist came up with the idea of carving the design into a small piece and then coating it with clear glass so that the design looks like it's in the middle of the wall of glass rather than just on the outside. Do you guys have any questions? Have you guys been here before? Nope, okay. Well, while they're doing that for a minute, I'll give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at the temperature 2,100 degrees, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel poles and we dip it into the melted glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. These are called color bar. We buy them commercially from 2 companies in Germany. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a chunk of whatever color we want it to be, and then we coat that bubble with red or blue or green, whatever. We have a little video. We'll show you how that's done. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The reason that we apply the color in this manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. Now, in the center, that's Ben Cobb in the light gray shirt. Shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The scoop shape tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. Yes? Why do they wear gloves? Oh, they wear gloves when they become uncomfortable. If they're comfortable, then they don't put on a glove. There's 2 kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces that have the tanks of molten glass. Those are on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ovens with the doors open, those have no glass in them. Those are only on during the working day. We light them up an hour before we start, and we shut them at 5 when we quit. Nope. We have safety systems that if the flames go out or something, that alerts our technician. They come down, and it's set up so that if the flames go out or something, then everything gets shut off. Yeah. That's called the glory hole. Those are, can we put up a glory hole diagram? That's for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for about a minute or two. So we do whatever shaping we can, then it starts to get stiff, and then we go to the glory hole and heat it up again. So it's just a hot chamber for softening the glass while we're working. Yeah? Yes. Once again, let's think about wax. When it gets hot, it gets soft. When it gets cool, it gets hard, and you can do that forever. No, then it'll contract and it'll tear up the inside of the furnace, and we'll be screwed. So, if we lose power or something, we can button up the furnaces so that, and then if it's out for a long time, we have propane burners that run off a propane tank, and we can keep they don't need any electricity, and so we can keep the furnaces warm enough so they won't get damaged, but not hot enough to work out of. So Sarah, over on the left, she's making a white bubble that we're going to overlay onto this one. And we'll be doing what we call the Swedish overlay. In Sweden, they just call it an overlay. But I think when Mr. Hermansson leaves, he's going to start calling it a Swedish overlay. Okay, why is the building this shape? There's three reasons. One first and most important reason is it looks really cool. That's the big one right there. The second reason is the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney. So basically, it's a chimney and it has a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number three is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills all along this waterway. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw all those big metal cone-shaped buildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. Can we put up the wigwam burner? So if you look up at the big screen, so those were the buildings that dotted this waterway. Thank you, Cole. The steel melts at about 2800 degrees, and the glass is about 2000 degrees, so like 800 degrees cooler than it takes to melt the steel. Yes. Well, we're making things like this that have several layers of color, and then yeah, I think there's two. I was just about to check. I think there's two colors on Sarah's bubble. I'm not. What?
What do you ask?
Are there two colors on Sarah's bubble or just the white?
It's a two color on the overlay bubble, and this is a little special because we don't do a ordinary shape on the blank, because I want to make we're gonna make a long tube, and then when it's cold I'm gonna chop it up in maybe 3-4 pieces, and I can use every piece to be one blank. So this is a little effectively if you want to make a little smaller pieces. So that's why this blank won't look like an ordinary blank, so you know.
So Sarah's bubble has white and another color underneath, and when we turn it inside out, the white will be on the outside. There'll be another color underneath that, and then the basic black color of Ben's bubble over here. It's a little complicated. I apologize for that. That's just air, compressed air. He's cooling it off to stiffen that bubble. When we want to make the bubble softer, we shoot fire at it. When we want to make it stiffer, we blow air on it. Yeah, sort of. If we stop turning it, the glass isn't that soft that it would fall on the floor, but it would start to sag. Yeah. So it's softer than it looks. If we stop turning it, it would start to go like this. Sarah's going to get her bubble good and hot. Sarah Gilbert, one of our resident glass blowers. Sarah's an excellent glass blower and an excellent engraver. She does engraving on the glass as her personal work, artwork. So we jam that bubble onto Ben's bubble. We'll break the glass away from Sarah's pipe. Now we're going to open that up and flip it inside out to coat Ben's bubble. So this gives us the basic colors for the Graal drawing. So now we're going to widen that opening. pressing against the inside of that opening. As we turn the pipe, you can see the opening getting bigger. So we widen that opening, and now we're going to start to push it back towards the pipe. And as we push it backwards, it turns the bubble inside out. Mr. Hermansson brought the special Graal making tools from Sweden. So we're going to push some more, and you can here you can see the thing turn inside out. Put another color on there. Cole, could we put up the Supio drawing? So, if we're making something that has special colors or patterns in it, and we're making several of them, instead of going through all that labor over and over again, what we do is we make a long tube, and then we cut that tube up into sections, and each section has the same pattern or color in it. And then we can take each of these sections and make one object out of it. Let's say we were making 6 matching striped glasses. So we make a big long striped tube, cut it up into little sections, and each section will become one of the 6 glasses. So we're going to do the same thing with this Graal. Mr. Hermansson's we're going to cut this up into sections, and he's going to use one section for each piece. we carve down through the different layers to get the different colors. So we, mask it off and carve through one layer. If we want to get to the next layer, we mask that off and then carve through the layer below it. They're tiny. I'd say a 1/16 of an inch. With a sandblaster? Can we put up the sandblaster drawing? Sandblaster drawing or drying. Drawing. There you go. Good computer. Cole, can we put up there? So if you look up on the big screen, we put a rubber stencil on there. Wherever the glass is protected by the rubber stencil, it stays the color on the outside. And then wherever it's unprotected, the sandblasting wears away to the layer underneath. Does that answer your question? Okay, when we stick it in the furnace, it kind of heats it up generally. When we need the heat in a certain place, we use the torches. So now Ben is taking a tool called the jacks and squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. As Ben shapes the glass, Kristen, standing up, is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if we place the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. So as we blow it out and stretch it, all those layers are in place. When we put one color over the other, they don't mix, they stay separate. Do you guys have any questions? Good. Yes. They're too thick. They're too viscous, too thick. They're not fluid enough to flow into each other like paint. So when we make something like this, we try to get as much mileage as we can. So you want a good long bubble, since we've gone to all this trouble to get as many sections out of it as we can. I'd be guessing, I don't really know. 6 pounds, 8 pounds, 6 pounds maybe. 13 and a half pounds? Maybe. So to the right of center, Sarah in the green jacket is putting on some Kevlar gloves. She's going to carry the tube to our annealing oven where it will be cooled slowly overnight. And then we'll cut that up with either a glass cutter or a diamond saw. We'll melt the little edge where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And then take it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and Peter Hermansson, our guest artist from Sweden. So I hate to say it, but I think the museum is closing. So that's the end of our demonstrations for this afternoon. Go have yourself a good 4th of July. Eat a hot dog, drink some beer, and shoot off some fireworks. You're very welcome. Thanks for coming in.